That's right. We left off in... Whoa. This courtyard, and the computer wanted to talk to me. And I said, we'll save it for next time. Beep boop. Oh yeah, okay, quick intro. Last time, on Talos Principle, we found the fountain puzzle. We found some courtyard puzzles. And we found these little numbers on this thing. Which I don't know if they mean anything, but they're there. We found a secret Easter egg room with a giant statue in it. And we went to level 3 of... We finished level 3 of the tower, so you can see on the screen we're collecting sigils for level 4. Could get to the last 2 live, but wanted to watch the VODs. It's so fun. Thank you, Maggie, for the reminder. This is a first playthrough. What that means for me on this channel is I don't want any hints, any help, any guidance, unless I say safe word. If I'm really stuck, you'll know it because I will look at the camera and I will say the safe word, and then I want help with stuff. But until then, please let me struggle. Please just watch and sit back and don't answer my questions. Thank you, Sleep Deprived. Yes, no hints, no hints. I'm taking a games evening and finished Buddy Simulator 1984. It was awesome. How's the puzzle grind? It's very good. I mean, we just started, so today I don't know how my brain's gonna do, but I think we're gonna look at we're gonna talk to a computer before getting into more sigils. I've decided, on reflection, to ignore the fact that your picture of how the world should work has more holes than Swiss cheese. In fact, just in case you do, by some outside chance, prove to be right, I'd like to sign up for the gang. If you're in charge of the Ark, who will be the first aboard when the floods come? What does one have to do to be valued above all others? Oh, these are so difficult. They're so... Like, I don't think the computer really cares, and I don't think it matters if you get it right or wrong, because humans are flawed. I think computers want to see that you've figured things out and you know the correct recipe, equation, but they're just fun to see the responses, too. Would you call the giant face more Zordon or Olmec? What? Remind me again what that is? Okay, so... Be a good person, be a contributing person, be a person, be conscious, be alive, be... I don't see how to explain this to you. It's just trying to figure out how you see the world, yeah. Giant face from Power Rangers. Oh, I wouldn't have known that one. Okay. I don't remember anything about Power Rangers except the intro. And them looking cool in their outfits, and we had the action dolls. Olmec is a talking statue from Legends of the Hidden Temple. So what do we have to do to be valued above all others? It's interesting. The floods are coming. They're taking everyone indiscriminately. But we get to choose discriminately who gets to board first. But I don't... If you're talking about valuing people, like, nobody deserves... to live or die more than anybody else, especially in a situation like this. But if you're talking survival mode, we're rebuilding afterwards. I don't know. I don't like it. What does one have to do to be valued above all others? And this is the Ark. This is animals too. This is frogs. And what other creatures did we see in this game? We didn't actually see any frogs. I think we've only seen butterflies. And we hear cicadas all the time. Straight into philosophy today. I know. I need a warm-up. Okay. I feel like saying I don't see how to explain this to you is just a cop-out. I feel like if you're going full survival mode, what'll give you the best chance of having success after the flood and prioritizing people, if we really gotta do that, I would lean towards be a contributing person. If you say a good person, you know they're instantly gonna sass you back and be like, what does it mean to be good? I don't get it. I don't know how to explain this really either, but I like this just be as a joke. I'm not gonna pick it though. Something funny, I thought of this game again today after a long while. Wasn't aware you were playing this game, and here we are. Yeah, we're jumping right in. It's an interesting one. I'll say this and see what happens. You say that now, but wasn't it not so long ago you were claiming morality applied universally? Have you changed your mind, or are you just confused? I changed my mind. Morality only applies when people are cooperating. You confuse me. Morality only applies when people are cooperating. Cooperation isn't necessary after all. These are... Yeah, you confuse me. It's been a week, okay? Sorry, I gotta move the mic a little bit. Cooperation isn't necessary for morality. So this would be me changing my answer. But this is me applying conditions to my answer. And the only thing is I changed my mind or you confused me. I don't know. I want a do-over. Hi, Siloom. Welcome in. You tricked me, is the usual gist of these. Because we did answer last time. Morality applies whether or not people are cooperating. So who lives are worth the most then? What do I have to do for my ticket aboard your ark? And now we get the do-over. Okay. Yeah, I know, Joseph. I know that it listens to your other answers. So what if we say, this is like, be a good person, to which there's a whole rabbit hole. Being a contributing person talks about cooperation. Be a person is people versus animals conversation, I'm assuming. Be conscious, which is still a animal-ish question, intelligence question. Be alive. Be, and then choose not to play. So do we prioritize people over animals? I don't remember how I answered any of the animal questions. I think I said that frogs are people too. I think at one point we did get to pick that. Here, sass me because that was my previous answer. Should I be worried that one must have such particular and dubious psychological properties in order to qualify? Who decides who's a person and who isn't? Is a human infant a person? Ooh. We're going down this road. Topical, relevant. Yes. I don't really see how that can be true. The distinction we agreed to between persons and animals was that persons are more intelligent and more reasoning. But a human infant is no smarter than your average chihuahua. Ouch. How do you explain that? Chihuahuas are persons. Infants are animals. Infants have the potential to become persons. That makes the most sense. I suppose they do, yes. But if your proposal is that the simple causal potential to become a person is sufficient to buy entry onto your arc of the moral elite, wouldn't that still include an awful lot of animals? It would. Animal lives are worth the same as humans. No, animals have no potential to be persons. What have we answered? I don't remember if we answered anything about having the potential to become a person. I beg to differ. Administer the right gene therapy to an Alsatian, and it has every potential to become a person. You're right, this whole idea is flawed. No, because the infant's potential is still much greater. No, what matters is pre-existing genetic potential. What year is this? How am I supposed to know that this gene therapy that they're supposedly prescribing is successful and gonna make the potential the same or greater than an infant? My less troll answers, I think there's no right answer to the questions, yeah. I want this. Ooh, not reading that. Brutal. You all can read it. You see the answer. Are you prepared to say that in these cases the infant's life is worth less than an animal's? No. Ugh. Terrible. But see, if we're going on a flood and everyone's dying, and you're talking about it's almost biblical plague situation, the weak, the old, the young, the disabled, right? We're getting into that territory, and you're going on a flood. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna die? Who comes with you? Who lives? Are you going to have to make the tough choices of parentless infants aren't going to make it, so we can't afford to bring them? But when you word it like an infant's life is worth less than an animal's is a horrible, horrible way of putting it. And this is some weird future society where I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but I just feel like the reverence and care you would take towards an infant is so different, regardless of conditions of their health or their state or their survival prospects. But they're not talking in reverence and, like, spiritual necessity. They're just saying, no, black and white, live or die. Right, it assumes the preconditions assume a lot. The computer's cheating, yeah, the computer cheats all the time. I'm not really asking for explanations or like feedback. I'm just thinking out loud. I will answer how I answer. But I appreciate, like, it's that type of game. It's that type of game where we all ponder. It's not really hints, it's just like, how do you look at this question? I wish too that they would give a scope of, well, how do you boil down, so let's say they do give a scope of how large the arc is. What percentage can we afford to let people on board for spirit and sentimental reasons? That's a very human thing to say, hey, You can come with us for the heart of it, for the I know this infant isn't gonna make it, but they can come with us, even though as soon as this flood is over, they're not gonna survive. But we do stuff like that that's completely impractical, which leads me to say, in these cases, yeah, the infant's life is still worth more. But is there enough space on the Ark for all of those cases? I don't have a black-white, 0.05% of the population of the Ark can be for sentimental, spiritual reasons. Or do you just think of the people that want to come on board, it'll work itself out, you get whatever percentage you get? Excuse me. Got us all thinking. I think most philosophy is kind of useless in one's day-to-day, except that it can challenge you to examine life in different ways. Definitely. Yeah, I get that, Kazuka. I like that it gets everybody thinking, for sure. I hate the way it's phrased, too. Even if you were to say, no, I'm sorry, the infant can't come on the Ark. It's not because it's worth less, but when you're a robot and you're trying to boil it down, it is because it's worth less. But that's not it. Question is missing critical information to make an informed decision and therefore invalid. I win, computer. And it's interesting, too, if we had answered differently. Say that we want every person, every infant, every human. Then does the computer sass you back and say, well, there's no room for animals. You need animals for utility, food, milk, eggs, whatever. Do they throw that at you and say you have to bring some things that are not human? I don't know. Maybe that's what happens if I say I am not. So do you want to backtrack, or do you want to keep making a fool of yourself? Because I won't have you screwing me out of my place on the winning side over some technicality about potentials. Wait, say that again? I won't have you screwing me out of my place on the winning side over some technicality about potentials. Your ideas about potential are too narrow to see what I see. People are what matters, one way or another. I'll backtrack. Feeling exceptionally sassy today. A good match for this computer. Uppity for an Apple IIe. What is it saying? I don't think it's an issue. Like, we started out with an issue of potential. But then we went to animals. No, then we went to animals with gene therapy. But then it became not an issue about potential, but more about human spirit in my mind. What happens if we say this? Is the sort of thing people say before a spot of ethnic cleansing? My chances are looking poorer by the minute, aren't they? What do you reckon? Have I got the slightest hope of boarding the Ark? Because you were trying to see if I would let you on the Ark. But we got so far removed from the question of AI because we didn't choose the consciousness path. We chose the human path. You're beyond saving. Do you reckon I have a slightest hope of boarding the Ark? Perhaps one day, you're alright, you're beyond saving. I feel like if I say you're alright, then it just opens the question tree all over again. And says, wait, but why? I feel like beyond saving is a conversation ender. I feel like one day is also a conversation ender. Good to know that the day you round up the bad people and put them in work camps, I'll have some chance of slipping through the net. You know there's something about all this that doesn't add up for me. Best hope you work it out what it is before I do. Alright, bye. Stressful. I was right. It was a conversation ender. Whew. Not how I wanted to start my session. Every other day, we have started with the Tetris pieces in the messenger areas. Well, every other day, the past 3 days, and this one we started with this, and it's such a different vibe. Like, the messenger areas have that peaceful music and the waterfalls, and it's all light, and then today we just went straight into Doom. I chose the best gen answers. I think so. Very, very human answers. But it turns out answering, yeah, humanity every time is not very friendly to AI, so I will keep that in mind. I get it. There's flaws in my logic. I'm only human. So we need this piece, this sigil up here. I think we were working on this last time and I wasn't able to get it yet. 2 pesky little buzzers. No, I don't think I've tried this one. Is there... There's this right across the way if we need to use a connector for it. But this puzzle... Yep, this is connectors and blocks. I don't even see what's in there. Some of these friends. Another connector. Sorry to get all deep, but the game started it when presenting with difficult decisions. The best we can do is make the best decision we can make at the time. Exactly. No need to apologize. That was a good brainstorm. There's a block in there. I think it's, if I open this, you have to go in and turn around the corner to get it? No, is the block with the sigil? No. Maybe this is where the sigil is, not sure. Obi-Wan, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Need to be able to tell friend computer, look, humans are a contradictory mess and you're gonna have to get over it. Exactly. We're a mess. We do all kinds of things for nonsensical reasons. Have I seen a blue laser source yet? Maybe that's in one of the areas that I have to unlock as well. I can't really figure out what's going on with this puzzle. But I think I can do this. We learned some things about these, I guess they're called buzzers, last time, which is that even if there's a break in the pattern, sometimes the door will still be open long enough for us to get through. What kind of line of sight do I have here? Anything? No. What about up here? No. Do not sass, friend computer. They're telling me like you better have it sorted out by next time. I don't know what that means. Why is the computer threatening me? This either needs a block to get in the way of the buzzer, or a block to put on top, to sit on top of to get a better angle. And I don't know where the blue laser source is, so we're gonna do my usual overthinking and see if we can get a blue laser source from over here. Which dystopia was friend computer from? This is called locked from inside. But there's no... Is this even a connector puzzle? I think so. Yeah. But are all of these laser receivers red? Oh, I think I remember this one. I don't remember. Like, I don't want to have to re-solve this. So far, I don't think we've ever had to completely re-solve a puzzle to get to one of the laser sources, but I think maybe that's a thing. I don't know. What happens if I do this? This is empty because this is where the sigil was, right? But there's got to be a blue laser in here somewhere if there's a blue laser receiver. Hello? This is fun. Love when we re-solve things we've already solved. Where's the receiver for this one? On the other side. What does this have to do with Tetris? High imagination, welcome in. Look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It doesn't really have much to do with Tetris, but there sure are a lot of Tetronymos. Okay, here we go. There's our blue laser source. But is this really what we need? We'll find out. So many connectors. Wait, why didn't I do this? What's up with this? Is this the beginning? Yes. I feel like this could probably have way better line of sight here. Oh, why do you have... Oh, okay. Nope. Oh, maybe not. What happens if I take you? Oh, because you lost line of sight. Interesting. So this does need to go back where it was. Okay, okay, okay. Well, we got our blue laser with much delay. Let's see if this helps. I don't know. How far away are you? We can get it! But we've only got this one puny connector. I think it was worth all that effort. Said not to cross the streams. I know they say that a lot in this game, but here we are. Well, just know that that's there. Good times. I don't understand. What was this one called? This one was called Two Annoying Buzzers. If only the light could go through the fence. Two pesky buzzers, yeah. This tree... Is this just in a room by itself, or is it growing on the roof? It's kind of cool. I don't know if I'm just cold today or what, but the air conditioning is blowing right on my arm. And I usually don't notice it, but today I'm like, dang, did I move the fan? Why is it so cold? What do I need? I need a way to get that open so I can get another connector. Jim, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, that tree is a happy tree. You're cooking? I'm sorry. Yeah, we've got the AC blasting today. just doing some laps around the puzzle area. Okay, what if you... You come all the way over to this wall, don't you? Yeah. Stay there. Oops, I wasn't quick enough. That doesn't have line of sight, though. Does that? No. But this is enough time to... It doesn't even matter to block its path, right? Because this will be long enough to get it open? I think so. Yeah, we're good. And it's a red laser that gets us the sigil. But I think it's a blue laser that gets us a star, maybe. Wasn't there a... Yeah, there's a cube. I need these supplies. Makes me think we need this situation here. Cut that out. Hopefully this will clear over the buzzers' heads. Yeah, definitely. And hopefully this will too. What's happening? That was weird. I must have walked in front of something. Or one of them clears the path and the other one doesn't. That's fine. Please let me out. I need my supplies. We're missing 3 sigils for level 4 of the tower now. Also, if anyone's wondering, yes, we are climbing the tower. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's the path I've chosen. Star? Yeah.
Welcome to Earth.
Jim, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Brain is somewhat warmed up. Any other secrets back here? I always want to climb on these, but I don't think they're climbable. If I bring a cube back here, do we think there's anything fun to do? Any numbers written on any blocks? No? Okay. Towers are meant to be climbed, right? That's my way of thinking, right? They put it in the game, I have to climb it. Okay. Cleared the area. Let's go.
Rejoice, child,
Ooh.
for you have fulfilled all your tasks in this land. You have conquered all its guardians and solved all its mysteries. Thus you are appointed its master, and you may do with it as you will.
Its master? What does that mean? Do I have the sigils I need for this? I don't really want to use them on these though if I need them for the other areas. That's good. We finished this. Wow. Okay. And I forget where the other pieces I need are. I remember looking at it last time at all these maps, but I don't really remember what the result was. How many stars are we missing in here? 1, 2, 3. Four. We're missing 4 stars. Adam, welcome in. How's it going? Puzzling is going okay. We spent some time talking to the computer and then we got a sigil, so I think we're gonna leave Temple A for now. We finished all the sigils of Temple A over the course of the past 9 streams. We've been on this game for a while. I never thought I would spend this much of stream on Talos Principle, but it's juicy. Let's go look at the other maps. This has one of the pieces we need. There's only 2 sigils left to clear the whole area. I think we're gonna go to C though, because of all of the temples, I've done the least amount of C, clearly. There's so many that I'm missing. It's Super Mario 64, yeah, lots of stars. I don't even know if I've ever been in Area 5. I was not methodical with Temple C. I jumped all around. And I think we read all the computer terminals, but we didn't attempt all the sigils. Whose is this? Back in the elevator. This game has many elevators. One we did finish. 2, I don't remember. I don't think I could get that one. Let's go to 3. Snow. Yes, we've read these. Oh yeah, and this has the music that's like a wolf howling. I'm good, just relaxing with Freshly Frosted. Nice. Wanted to say thanks for bringing the game to my attention because I'm enjoying it very much and may have never heard about it otherwise. I'm so glad you like it. It's such a fun one. Absolutely, you're welcome. I hope to do that with more games in the future, especially calming games like that. Which I feel like hopefully that's the case for Chicory this Friday, that some people who haven't heard of it get to see it. I did read these. Yeah, because we read this one that mentions Claptrap. Sneaky disguising a loading zone with the elevators. It works. It was very effective. Very Metroid of them. Talos Principle is a Metroidvania. Wait, I didn't read the title of the level. Big stairs, little stairs. Oh, wow. Fans. Can we get to this cube? Is this a weighted, yeah, weighted companion cube? That one we need a laser for. There's a lot happening here. I'm assuming we need this blue laser for something. I don't think I have a connector yet, though. Any connectors? Chicory on Friday. Is it a first playthrough? It is! Yes. It's doing wonderful. Thanks for my spirit. Love to hear that. Seems like a game a Vulcan would enjoy, whether they're playing Kalto or Vulcan chess. I bet they could get behind this game. Birds, how's it going? Welcome in. I feel like they would enjoy the sections where you talk to the computer. Immensely. Wait, can I? Is this enough to get me up here? No. I think we need 3 for this one. I love this game. I beat this a couple months ago. It really tests your brain. Hey DJ, welcome in. Yeah, it definitely does. It's a good one. What does this do? Does this turn on that one over there? Oh, there's the connector up top. Okay. Lots of steps to this one. And I feel like that is the connector. It needs to go on a block above the fence to do something. That's what this is connected to. Okay. What other... Do we only have the one fan blade? No, there's one over here that I used to open the first door to get the first block. Whee! Not enough. Not enough oomph. So then I think we need another block. But I don't have a connector yet. If you ever get a chance, try the Da Vinci House. Very challenging. I'm a massive fan of Chicory, probably my favorite game from last year. That's so nice to hear. It was on my radar for a while and then just, I don't know. We played other stuff, so I'm looking forward to it. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I don't need this. Okay. Can I see? But we don't need... Oh yeah, we do need that. Is that hitting the fence? What is that hitting? Oh, because that... yes. I'm out of blocks, but not out of fans. Right. Hopefully this will work. We can get that other block. Have you played Divinity Original Sin 2 Good Solo Co-op game? Never heard of it. Is it a puzzle game? I think now this is enough to get another block. We have so many blocks. We are gonna need to do this again for the red laser, but I think we're gonna need another connector before we can do anything with that. You hang out there. You hang out here. You hang out here. Okay, well, can I grab you? Yeah. Turn base? Okay. Abduction's on my list for sure. Yep, abduction is one of the next ones we'll probably end up playing. We heard you like blocks. Anything else over there? No, just gonna bring these outside. And scatter them about. Here's our sigil. Where does that other red connector go? To another block. But still no other connector that I can see, that I can tell yet. I could be wrong. Interesting. Did I miss seeing it? Any connectors? Maybe this is just enough blocks that I don't need to worry about opening the door. I wonder what kind of line of sight we can get. But there's still... It's enough to... Okay. It's enough to get this one. Then we need one more block, and then that'll be enough blocks to get this one, I'm assuming. How are we gonna do this? Let's set up what we had set up before. Blue, blue, go here. There's a fan holding that down. Oh, we don't want blue to blue. We want red to red. Oh, right. Oops. Red. Red. Okay. We just keep stacking this higher and higher. Divinity is an RPG, not sure if you play the genre. Not as much, no, but I'll keep it in mind. The backlog is strong. What if... Did that do it? Do I need to put the fan here? I think that did it. And we don't need the blue laser. I heard noises. It just barely works. It kind of hovers up and down. Excuse me, pardon me. Come back for a moment. I can't even reach it. Now we need red to red.
This side
Does
quest was
this
perfect,
need
and I was good
this
at it.
fan now? Hi Ethan, welcome in. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Happy Monday. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're so glad to have you. You caught me right in the middle of these puzzle steps. I think now we know what this fan is for, right? Because we haven't used this fan yet. Nope, nope, what the heck? Because that's got a metal thing and a whole mess of problems. So we're learning that that is not the way. Interesting. We're getting thunder? It was so sunny earlier. I just got startled by a clap of thunder. I love how your channel name is Jen the Human and your character is a robot. I love it too. I played the Spectrum Retreat. Very, very weird. I've not heard of that one either. If you are ever curious about what's on our backlog for the stream, I try to keep it updated. Not as much for upcoming stuff, but stuff we've already played. You can do !games in chat and that'll take you to my backlogged page, which has all the details of stuff I've streamed before. So, oh, oh, I forgot to right click. We're gonna need at least one block. Then we've got this whole mess of blocks. And we're gonna need the other fan. I think. Unless we don't need a fan, we just need stacks of blocks. But something has to stay up here. The fan could stay up here, maybe. Thank you, Jim, for using that command. It's a little bit all over the place. We've played a ton of different things. Oh, it worked. Another marathon of a sigil, but not too difficult, just sort of process of, not process of elimination. Order of operations. How do I get out of here? Here we go. Haven't been in lately because I still have to finish the game, but I figured I could come say hi and hang for a little bit. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Josh. Welcome. It's a good one. Josh, formerly known as Goro. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize the username. It got a nice makeover. I like it. Highly recommend. I hope you get to finish it. It ended up being longer than I thought. I don't know how long you've been at it. You might be ahead of me for all I know. There weren't any other secrets in here from what I could tell. So let's leave. We need 2 more sigils. One of which can be found in this very zone. Right here through this purple door. Jammer Quarantine. Interesting title. Oh, there's a purple wall over here. Oh, please don't let me know that there's secrets or not. I don't want to know. I want to figure it out on my own. Thanks. The questions are all rhetorical, just me pondering, trying to figure out what I need to do next. I appreciate it. Thanks for understanding. This switch flips this fan on, it looks like. Or does this open this door? Or neither? Weird. Oh, it turns it either on or off so that when we use this receiver, this will power on. Okay. Some of the stars in the game I had to look up. Some of them are in the most obscure places. Some are just so hard you need a guide. Yeah, I feel that. Gorogoa is a short but sweet puzzle game. Gorogoa. We have, in the Discord too, we have the game suggestion list, but I'm always down to add stuff just so I can look it up later. Gorogoa I've heard before, and I've never taken the time to write it down for the list, so I will write that down really quick. What was the other one? The other puzzler? Spectrum Retreat. I don't know if that's a puzzler. And the other one was RPG. It's raining here, so if we lose power, we have lost power on stream before. Just the one time. Just a heads up. I know my way around, but unfortunately have to start over. It's so intriguing that I want to see it through. Gotcha, Josh. I know I will not get everything on the first playthrough too. That's not the point. The point is to get as much as I can on my own, and then maybe ask for hints afterwards if I still want to keep going, or if I need to look stuff up I will, but we don't have a single connector yet. I need to do this. Not that door, but one of these to get a connector going. And get all my supplies. Ooh, what's over there? In that alcove. I think discovering the answers for yourself in a game is extremely rewarding, especially the well-hidden stuff. We found some good, like, we found some really fun secrets. I'm proud of the ones I've gotten. I know there's a ton. I know the Easter egg video for this game, the walkthrough of all the Easter eggs, is very, very long. Oh, interesting. Actually, I just want this. No. This is still being jammed open. Okay. I just want this. When you get the portal gun. Soon, I hope. I don't have line of sight with this. Oh yeah, I keep thinking I can go way farther over than I can. We need another connector, right? Or do we not have one and now we need to bring this into play? I think it's time to use the fan. Where? Ugh. Also, this is dicey. Anything down there? Alright, let's grab our supplies. Something's gonna need to go here, or that's gonna need to be jammed. But I want to experiment with this a little bit. Here, let's test. Yeah. Oh, but if I do this... Oh, it goes way high up. Okay, I wanted to be able to try to suss out where... if that's gonna be enough line of sight. But even if it is... yeah, okay. I should have set it in place beforehand, but I didn't. That's okay. I feel like I need another block. Maybe just to get over there and then I move it again when we come back. I had it all in place and then I ruined it. Is this still being jammed? Yeah. And I need to take you with me. You're gonna connect from here to here. Nope, wrong. You're gonna connect from here to here? No, there's definitely not line of sight. I have this so backwards. Okay. Things are happening. But then how do I get back over to the sigil? Oh, and it still doesn't have line of sight. Because that door is closed. Wild. Wild. You're doing this to get an arc. How are the babies supposed to do this? I don't know why we're doing any of this. I can't jam through these spikes. So we need to also connect to this door if it has a receiver, but it does not. It has a weighted plate. If I had another connector, we could do this. But that doesn't matter either. I feel like there's a piece missing. I gotta go back over here and look at stuff again. How do we make this happen? It has to be somewhere where the blue, this door doesn't affect it coming through, if that makes sense. Because it was coming through this way, I think, and hitting the fence and the blue wall. Oh, no, stop. Oh, God, I hate this thing sometimes. Oh yeah, but now I have to get back through the door, which is the funny thing. Hi Tetris, welcome in. How's it going? We are... What are we doing? I don't know. The door is open. But this needs something to put on it. Foggy, Gen Con was a super spreader event. Happy to experience board games in person. Not happy to go home with illness. I'm sorry, that sucks. Yeah. Take good care of yourself. Get some rest. Do the isolation thing. You know the drill. Oh, does this have line of sight? Yeah. Hooray! Sigil! That glitched as soon as I picked it up. One sigil left. At home isolating, yeah. I know it's gotta suck. It's... Ugh. It's so high up. We did it. Another one. Alright, we're gonna go to level 4 soon, hopefully. There are 2 more sigils here, but not the one we need for the tower, so I'm gonna skip them for now. Oh, look how this is up on a hill like this. I want to go look at this scenic view real quick, though. Also, what's over here? In the beginning were the words, and the words were the words. I getting a button prompt? Did you see that? Am I imagining things? Hawkeye, welcome in. How's it going? I'm used to isolating at this point. It's part of my identity. Yeah, it's just... Oh, paint. It's just the worst. I mean, the pandemic in general. It's just the freaking worst. We can write a message for someone. Going well, partly watching Lightyear. Pretty good so far. Nice. We were just talking about that in stream not too long ago. Oh, so many choices. I solved this in 20 seconds. We meander. But no matter how far any one of us progresses, we all remain equal. You have to find the courage to break down barriers with an axe. Beautiful spot. I'm not the first one to undertake these trials. If you're reading this, neither will I have been the last. I kind of like that for this part in the game, how far we are. Stay true to your path, for wondrous powers are granted those who progress the furthest. I don't know that that's true. Computer terminals have a personality. There's a higher power at work. Special device. Tools. Yeah, let's just do this one. Semi, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, I added 2 BTTV emotes. BTTV upped their emote slots for everyone, I think. I'm not really sure what happened, but we have so many now that I can use. I didn't go crazy. I didn't add a ton. I didn't go wild. I added 2. I added Haste Slow, the or Sway, the one that sways back and forth. And I added Egg Dog. Have you scanned these QR codes? I have. We talked about it last time. I don't know that I've scanned one of my own, but some of the in-game ones, if you scan them, they just link you to the text that is provided. Let me see what happens when I scan my own. Yeah, it just links you to the text that's there. There's one that links you to something else. And it's a secret. But I haven't scanned every single one that I've come across. Alright. No, this is the puzzle. How do I get out of here? Here. This has... this has the one we need. It has options even. If this one I can't solve, we can try this one. I don't like when you have to hear continuous, never-ending door opening. What's up with this little courtyard here? Alright. Oh, is this the one with the red door? Or is that a different area? I think that's a different area. Cute little gargoyles. Should we try this? This is stables. Hello? Greeted by a very bright red light and a glitching wall. Jammer. Sigil. Can jam this. We can jam this. We can jam lots of things. Let's try to go left to right. QR codes have data redundancy and will work even if 30% is destroyed. I did not know that. Connector. Okay. So far, so good. I feel like this is... Where is this leading me? I don't know. Oh, come on. Bonking into every wall. Okay, we're out of connectors. I feel like we can get to this from the first area? I don't know. Jam everything. Scan the one you made, yeah. It just says the message I chose, right? Or does it say something else, depending on who scans it? Where is that? This is the one that leads... Oh, okay. This leads to... That's what I was jamming before. This one leads to the end, to the sigil. We can also bring a connector over here and get this red light into the finish line. Potentially. But I don't know how I would get a connector that far. If we leave this one here... Oh, I guess if we go back to jamming the first one? Could we bring the laser source up here? Yeah. And then... Could we bring it all the way over here? Mm-hmm. And then maybe we would just have enough? Huh. Version 99.122.0057. That's me. What a fun game. Okay, I don't need you to take that first one anymore. Oops, what did I do? But we're still short. So that's not the move. So maybe it's like some combination of the first one is the red laser, the second one is maybe a jammer. You know what I mean? Except I feel like it's a waste of supplies to have the first one be red, but not if it lines up the finish for us here. Hurt your brain in the right ways. Need to draw a map? Yeah. Useless fun facts. Did you know the longest movie is Logistics at 51,420 minutes long? I did not know. Wrote a message in the game, but I don't remember where. We've left a few. It's fun seeing them from my Steam friends. I have a few friends who have played this, and I get to see their messages pop up, which I really like. Which one is it? This one? This one? I think it's this one, right? Oh, but I need to go one further. No, this is right. But there's no red here now because this is replaced by a jammer. Right. Confusing. Why is this here? This one you could jam through here. I feel like I'm missing
There's so
a
many.
connector.
Are they friendly, Kara?
It is International Cat Day. And we just finished Stray, so that's why I still have that as a channel point redemption. I was gonna take it away today, but then I was like, I can't get rid of cat ears on International Cat Day. Shout out to all the fellow cat moms out there. I know you can't see the rest of this shirt. It says Cats Against Catcalls, and it's got some real cute art on it. Well, we will jump right back in. I'm working on a laser puzzle. There's a whole variety of mechanics in this game that you learn as you go. A lot of them have to do with these red and blue receivers, so you have to find a red laser and use the object I'm holding to get the laser into the receiver. I think we were gonna go back.
Yes! 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 Yes!
It's interesting, you really don't need that first connector at all, but we're gonna still use it anyway. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Thanks, Ari. Hi, Asleep. Welcome in. How are you? Me and Duncan are doing very good. He's sleeping. I can probably bring him in here. You know, if you all are into that, into cats. I do want to try to finish this puzzle first before I lose my train of thought. This is a tricky one, I feel. There's something I'm not seeing with these windows. It's called stables, this one. Maybe we have to wrap around this other way instead, and you get so focused on going the one way that you forget you can go the other way. Could be it. Oh, well, rip. I left my supplies on the other side of the fence. Do we think we have line of sight for both of these? No. Ooh, maybe? No, because the other one's way over here. Oops. Always down for more Duncan cameos. I'm good, thanks. Glad to have some company while making dinner. Nice. What's for dinner? Alright, well, we'll come back to that once I get the jammer back, because I think I need it. Also... I think I have to prep some things in advance here. Macchiato, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, I've got my jammer. I've got my other connector. I think what I want to do is connect you and you, but I'm gonna have to carry it with me to the other side potentially. Excuse you. Had two options, either watch a movie or watch Jen. Oh, I'm so flattered. Thanks for coming to hang with us. I'm glad you chose to check out some more Talos Principle. It's been really good. What was the movie though? Sweet potato gnocchi and veggies from the garden. That sounds delicious. Does the movie have lasers? Important question. This has me, I have so many thoughts. I need line of sight with at least one of these windows. But I think I also need line of sight with the original source of light. Well, I feel like we're gonna have to finagle this quite a bit. The movie is called Carol from 2015. I immediately think of Carrie instead of Carol. But I know those aren't the same. Spent a long time on this one, yeah. No lasers is a bummer. Mr. L, welcome in. I'm glad to hear you're getting better. That's good news. Hopefully things start to really subside too. Pretty soon here for ya. But that, I can't do this if I want to move that jammer, because that'll block off our light source. Is there another window in here that I can use to get around that door? No, no windows in here. And I picked the wrong window for this, I think, because I can't even see the other connector. It's somewhere off, out of sight. Sold an old game on eBay, but can't get to the post office. Real awkward. Oh, gotcha. Enjoy the cat ears. Thank you. It's International Cat Day. Can I put one of the connectors on top of this thing? Is that gonna help me? No. Well, I need to go back over here anyway, because this is in a very wrong spot. It needs to be either here or here. I think here, maybe. As far as cats are concerned, every day is their day. So true. As far as I know, the only way to reach the sigil is to go around the long way. That's the other frustrating thing, is even if I use this window somehow, I have to open all the other doors to get there. And I don't feel like I have enough pieces to open all the other doors. I do, but I don't. Okay, that connector right now is doing the most. Now we've got... We don't have it yet. But we can get to... Oh, why does this get so confusing? No, it's still not. How do I get to this window right here? I don't think I can get to this except for through this door. Challenging. Is this at least open? No, because I had to move that other thing forward. Hi, Miss Nick. Welcome in. I already forgot how much time I spent on all the puzzles. I'm glad I solved them. They're hard. They're really tricky. As they should be. Is there anywhere that I can move this that keeps that door open? That has line of sight with this. And... no, because there is no... Oh, this is the worst. Hi Shiloh's, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming cat ears. I'm gonna go turn the air down a little bit. I'm a little cold. Hang tight, friends. Duncan is still passed out too. I wanted to see if he was stirring at all, but I feel really bad waking him from just a complete slumber. We did say when we came into this area that, yeah, that's what the house blankets are for. You're right. One of my many blankets. Although, I should probably put a sweatshirt on. I should probably put a sweatshirt on because it's my arms that are cold, not my legs. My legs are a perfectly comfortable temperature. But I've got a blanket, so I'll use it. It just feels absurd to be this chilly in the heat of summer. Okay. Like, I need to save money on AC. Okay, Magus. What are we doing here? Something about angles. Oh, I keep whipping the mouse around too quickly. What if we bring the jammer all the way back here? I don't think that helps. Honestly, this isn't doing anything because it might as well be on this side of the wall. The only reason I put it there is because it has line of sight with this window right here. But I could just... Oh no, because it's doing this. So there's no point on putting it on this side of the wall unless it has line of sight with this window. And this laser. But maybe not this device here. Okay. Ugh. This game is the worst. No, it's not, but... It's a lot of back and forth with this particular level because I keep ending up with the connectors on the wrong sides of things. Could wear a house blanket like a cloak or shawl. I have one of those, sleeve ones. I'm good. I just needed to save some money on my AC and turn it down. I went a little hard on blasting the air. Wish I could jam 2 of these at the same time. Now can I walk all the way through here? Yeah. But what good does this do? Trav, thanks for the hello. Welcome in. Happy Monday to you as well. I don't know, maybe I missed something, and since I came straight to this puzzle, I need stuff from the other puzzles. Can I walk up here? What if we switch out? No, it's not gonna work. I don't think. Yeah, I can open this door, but once I take the jammer away from here, I won't be able to walk to this door. Because if I switch this out and go here and bring the connector over here, that'll open it. Opening it's not the issue, it's getting to it. Puzzles are okay. They're good. We've only got one sigil left to get to level 4 of the tower, but this one's proving to be very hard, and I'm stubborn. No, everybody said this one would be hard. I didn't doubt you, but it still doesn't mean I don't want to try it. What if we... It's frustrating because I feel like the jammer needs to be on this gate. Because us getting to the finish line kind of sort of hinges on the laser making it all the way back here. But we've tried that and I wasn't able to get that to work. I feel like I need more than one jammer. There is a way to do it. There were pieces behind that other stuff. Anything back here? This is some very relaxing music. This reminds me of the Messenger music. Maybe it's the same. I wish this was a puzzle with keys. And there was a set of keys that you had to go collect, and then you could open this door. Day was good, Macchiato. Thanks for asking. I slept in a little bit. Got some work done. Hung out with Duncan. Pretty average. It's a Monday. It feels like a Monday. We might have to come back to this one. It's really fun because you all said you spent forever on this one. And I really like how you can do so much in this level. Like, it takes a while to get to even the point that I'm... Well, not a while. Like, you're very productive. You're picking up a connector. You're opening a gate. You're picking up the jammer. You're opening a gate. And then you stay at that kind of standstill for a while. Like, there's a few puzzles that do a really good job in this game of making you think, oh yeah, this is pretty straightforward, and then 3 hours later you're like, well, actually, not so much. Sleeping, far greater than work. Yeah, why? What was... Oh, because we had a big storm. We've been having a lot of rain. We had a big storm last night. Anytime it rains... Don't get tricked into getting a place with skylights, because anytime it rains, the rain pounds down on my skylight. And it's so loud. And I like rain, but in this this house I've been like, oh, I don't know. I'm gonna have to start sleeping with earplugs again. Zara, welcome in. How's it going? I'm just kind of just walking around brainstorming right now to see if there's something else I can think of. I don't want to try more of the same stuff. Apologies for so many keyboard clicks. Other guy, welcome in. How's it going? Been playing way too much multiverses. Nice. I like the idea of skylights, but almost everyone I know with them has had trouble with ice dams. What's an ice dam? Uh-oh. Another new thing I have to look out for? I forget what I was thinking about. Oh, doing this? No, this puzzle is terrible. Because you have to... I'm gonna start over. Is it plastic or glass? Glass, I would assume. I've never touched it. They're too high up. And I feel like someone would have told me if they were anything other than glass. Like, hey, you gotta watch out for this, they're plastic. Or I guess I have no idea. I have no idea. Hi, streams, welcome in. How's it going? I've heard that one before. This is tragic. It's a good one. Appropriate for ice dams. Did we do... anything like this yet? Is this beneficial at all? I don't see how it would be. Other than, I guess, some of this situation. We had I was working on something like this earlier, but then wasn't ever able to pull it off. Maybe this is what I needed. I think it was. Okay, we had the right idea with turning around and double jamming the door. I just didn't do it at the right spot. Sorry for the beeping. That means we got to tower level 4. I was close to... I did that same thing, but on the gate beforehand instead of the gate later. Yay! Ice dams are when ice freezes on your roof and snow meltwater backs up behind it to flow under the shingles and get into the house. Yuck. Terrible. Heck, I missed this game. It's so good. The Tetris is the... Wait, I'm pointing to the wrong corner. The sigil's up in the corner. Actually, we're about to go do the Tetris-y part. Which is... putting all of the sigils together. Finish this in one sitting? Oh my gosh. I want to savor it. No, but it's that you really get hooked. Okay, we're going to the tower. And then maybe stream break. I'll show you the Tetris pieces and then we'll get up and stretch. And I'll go summon Duncan for International Cat Day. Level 4. Boop. I can only imagine how many sigils are going to be required for level 5. Zara, thank you for redeeming human kindness. Sending human kindness from me to you, to everyone in chat. Thank you so much for being here. You are loved, you are appreciated, you are worthy, you are one of a kind, and I'm so glad that you're a part of this community. Thank you. I don't think we've had one of those in a while. Ascension, we're so high up. 11 pieces, yeah. Approximately 11. Alright, here's where we play Tetris. It makes a weird noise, ready? It gets inside my brain a little. Maybe the day is just for one cat that travels internationally. I like it. It's another take. Show us your puzzle skills. Angry Tetris. Tetris, we love Tetris. Red Wagon, welcome in. How's it going? I feel like we could... This is a fun little pinwheel here. Monday went by fast, I'm glad. Helldog, welcome in. Guy to play Tetris. A little bit, yeah. We're really high up. Realize you're in the tower. This is where I bow out. Okay, Josh, have a good one. Thanks for hanging with us. Good luck with the rest of your playthrough. Have fun. Are you an Earthworm Jim fan? I remember renting the game as a kid and watching. I remember our family renting it and me watching my brother play it. I really didn't play it. Back in the 70s, my aunt smuggled a barn cat from college in Canada into the States to be her house pet, Putty. She was a sweet girl. Aww. Barn cats are sweet. I remember the cartoon and I had the Peter Puppy action figure. Nice. We were gonna take a stream break. I'll try to solve this if I can first, and then we'll take a break. I wanted to move these over because we had something over here made me want to do that. Why? Oh, but these are facing... I can't do... Oh, interesting. Well, we might just get rid of this block altogether. What was I thinking? This, maybe? Oh, Putty. Yes, 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 I see. It is International Cat Day. Mm-hmm. I've heard good enough things about the games, but I hear creator of the series is a bit of an ass. I had not heard that. I can't say I've been following it, though. Earthworm Jim fans out there. What have you, what are your feelings? I feel like I was liking how that was fitting together, but we don't have any long, narrow pieces, so... Also, we have 2 of each of these. I could have done that other pattern I was trying, maybe. It's too late now. I feel like maybe we're close. Maybe not. My brain starts to work overtime with puzzles like these. Everybody's brains, everyone's brains are so different. No, I love how different people click with different types of puzzles. The way I've enjoyed these the most is just by trial and error mostly, and kind of, I don't know, winging it. And I just have fun with that. But I know there's probably more direct ways of solving these. I feel like if I did this same puzzle but in reverse, we would have the same problem, which is this empty space with the opposite Z. Because I think I could flip it, but I'm not gonna. There's definitely a mathematical approach, yeah. See patterns everywhere. Usually dream the solutions to puzzles like this in my sleep. Yeah, dreams are cool like that. Brains figuring stuff out while you're resting is really cool. Reminds me of a Rubik's Cube, yeah. Just try things. That's what I usually do. Just fiddle around with it. A Cleveland Z? I've never heard that before. Okay. It has a formal name. Oh, I'm not looking for further hints or anything like that, though. Mirrored one is Rhode Island Z. Square is a Smash Boy. I had no idea they had names. Best cube time is minute 13 seconds. Nowhere near the world's fastest, but I'm proud of it. I would be proud of that. That's amazing. The line is just hero. Nice. I feel like I had this down here. I want to move. I want to make sure I have this lined up to where we've got flat pieces along the bottom. Or something like this, maybe? No, this looks weird. You get out of here. I find that if I have to ask myself what was I thinking, the answer is often I wasn't. T is Tiwi, and I don't remember how they go with L ones, but the other one is Orange Ricky and one is Blue Ricky. Where do they come up with this? I've been playing Trine for co-op aspects so far. It's the right level of casual puzzle solving. Trine. I know I've heard of Trine. I feel like I haven't thought about it in a long time. I don't like where any of this is going. It is interesting. We could do like the same thing at the same time. Why? Oh, but it's not gonna work. Rotated because these are, never mind. They're mirror images, not, it would have to be two of the same to do one that like turns. Okay, then scrap that. I remember playing one of the Trine games back in the Wii U. Seemed pretty cool. It's a Finnish game. Nice. Just tuck these two together. This looks good. I feel like the last tower that we did I got really fast compared to this one. Oh, this is looking really good right there. Nope, don't like it. It's on PlayStation. Nice. Okay. Is that half? 1 2 1 2 1 1? Yeah. I keep messing up how I think these two pieces work, though. That's okay. What would even go there? Just gonna put the red thing on the black and gray checkerboard. That's all it is. That's all you gotta do. Easy peasy. I keep wanting it to be more of these. I would like more of this piece, please. They do make satisfying noises. I like the noises. No. There we go. I was like, I'm doing the symmetry wrong. I need to start with the L's so that I put them in the right place, because every time I tried to do a design with everything else, I ended up putting the L's in the wrong corners. We're so high up. Where's the lightning? Couldn't we see lightning before? Thanks for the GGs. Okay, I said also before we get into level 4 that we would take a quick stream break. I'll come back and I'll read these QR codes and we'll do level 4, but I need to get up and stretch, and I'll bring Duncan when I come back. Okay, so right before break we were here. We're gonna read some QR codes and then do a puzzle. But you can also do pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. Different kind of multitasking, but perhaps streamers have the advantage on it. So I guess no one got this far before. I know some of my answers were wrong now. I just don't know which ones. I have these theories and wild explanations, but I don't know which to bank on. The solution to the cycle isn't the perfection of one being, but the product of a mass endeavor. Oops, sorry. That is why I say to all those who come after me, I will await you on the summit of the tower and use what I have learned to assist you as I can. All right. There's keys in this one. I was saying I wanted a key puzzle. Can we click this? No. Is that a time capsule? Yeah. I could hear it before I could see it.
There are flaws in the system. I think sometimes it accesses the wrong databases, pulls random data. I don't know how bad it is. It all seems to be stable, but I can't tell what kind of impact this is going to have on the process, and I just don't have the strength to go over all of the code again. I just don't want it all to be for nothing. I spent all my time here. I didn't visit my parents. I didn't see my friends.
Alex.
I did nothing but work, and I'm so scared that it didn't mean anything, that I just wasted it all because I thought we could save the world.
Alex, that's so sad. Oof, okay. We need to get the keys. They're floating up there. Interesting. More recently met Brian through Beagle. Brian the Beagle because he lives across the street from me and now seems like a cool dude. Do you have a small hellish dog? I'm 5 hours ahead and I'm just too tired to chat sometimes. I feel that. How long have you been playing this for? This is like our 8th or 9th stream of it, I think? 9th, because the 8th was the one that got cut into 2 pieces because I had a power outage. I remember doing that highlight in Twitch, and it's like episode 8 part 1, episode 8 part 2. So this has one of these recording buttons. And one of these plates. I feel like we're gonna have to jump up. Oh, it's gonna be weird. We're gonna have to have a cube and a plate on our head. Maybe. And then the other one of us is gonna have to stand on the plate. Maybe? What happens if I do this? Okay. Jump on up. Ready? We're going over. Oh, wait, I have an idea. Just kidding, don't jump up yet. Okay. Now jump on up. Okay. Ready? We're going over. This is me talking to my future self. Grab the keys. And then that's it, really. I'm gonna reset it completely, which doesn't make any sense, but... Oh, no, drop. Now I want to take this. Oh, I think you're gonna... No, wait, no, you're gonna drop me, because you have to do this again. Yeah. Now I want to jump here. And then you're gonna jump up. And then I'm gonna put this... No, I can't put it under me. Weird. Maybe I have to... I just have to put it down instead of carrying it. Okay, we can do this, though. We can do this. I think we're close. I just messed up a couple key things. Are you a Tekken fan? No. Not... I've not really watched much. I haven't played it at all. I've never played it. Ever wrote a letter to your future self? No. I wouldn't call it a letter. I wrote a note to my future self a long time ago. I had some cute stationery with a heart on it. And just wrote like a, hang in there, you're doing great kind of a thing that I could use for multiple purposes. Duncan, what's up? Hey, buddy. Do you guys hear him meowing? Hi. Okay, let's do that again. Hop on there. Okay. Now go over here. Hop up here. Jump up. Did you get it? Okay. We'll see. This is what I needed to do that I messed up. Oh, I think he's scratching the chair. Oh, I got it! We're so high up! I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm super tired. Hope to see you next time. DJ, take care. Feel better. We'll see you around. Thanks for hanging with us. Appreciate ya. Duncan always being cute. That meow is so tiny for such a big cat. Oh, that was it. We finished it. I don't think this opens until after we read the terminal, though. It's a really spacious area in here. I wonder what else we can do with the duplicator, if there's some other trick we can perform. Oh, now it's opening. You have to stand on this. Although you're not going to be able to get much through this door because of the height, because of the clearance. Do you think your duplicate can pass through the purple? I don't see why not. Okay, let's read. Let's get our elevator password. I don't know where Duncan went. Device manager. Floor access control. Select, oh, requires code. Normally, actually, we've never gotten the code in here. We've seen it somewhere else in the level before. It's been on a sticky note or something. Exit this utility. I don't want to read these yet. I'm going to leave them. Anything on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same as on my luggage. Good to know. I really want to go up there. But I doubt that we can. I bet there's nothing up there. I wonder if the password is on... Wait, what's over this way? Nothing. I wonder if the password has to do with the QR codes at the beginning. Maybe, I don't think 0 was one of the options. 1004. That's a super stretch of an answer. Because it's version 1004. Maybe it's in, oh, maybe it's in the logs. Actually, I think the password was in the logs last time. I forgot that these are important other than fun reading and backstory. Sometimes they actually have a... It's called sacred numbers. Yeah. And so the blessed messenger revealed unto me the bones of New Jerusalem, slumbering in the dust that was the body of Adam, awaiting the day of resurrection. And lo and behold, within the dust was concealed a holy fire, and the fire... the sacred numbers, of which the one you seek is... 712. I forgot about the ones where the passcode is in the writing. I thought it was going to be on a sticky note somewhere. And I perceived that with the holy fire and the sacred knowledge of numbers and sigils, the rekindling something. Athena 16. 16. A second awakening in error. The fires burned here, but beyond the incense she could smell the cold wind from the kingdom of Artemis, where output error log. But I am not Hephaestus, you see, for though I wield his hammer and know these secrets of his forge, I am not lame and neither am I a god. Who are you then? They said. Who are you? And this is remember. I don't know if anyone's ever going to read this, but if you do, if we succeeded, then I want you to know that Alexandra stayed until the last moment. I'm leaving, too tired, too broken, desperate for a few moments of peace with my remaining loved ones. But she's still there, and she won't give up. And yes, there are thousands like her all over the world giving everything they have because they believe in humanity. But she's the one that I know as a real person, a colleague, a friend. I know that she likes peanut ice cream and hates strawberry, that her favorite band is Pink Floyd, that her favorite poet is Blake, that her favorite TV show is Futurama, studied at Cornell, that her dad's name was Carl, that her mom's name was string of numbers. I don't know if I should be ashamed for leaving, but I know I'm proud of her. She was the best of us. Remember her. Alex! This one has a bunch. I feel like these string of numbers like this with the 2-digit numbers in bundles are names. Now confirmed. This one makes it extra apparent. But I don't know if that's the pattern we saw before. Remember has number strings in it. If I ever decide to go back in and try to decode those someday. Mom the human is here. Hi Mom, welcome in. How's it going? We're puzzling. Alright, we've got... Oh wait, I didn't want to exit. I want to use the code we just got for level 5. Oh no! What happened? It's okay, Maggie, don't worry. It's totally fine. Hi, Maui. I was like, it was either because Magus said passcode, but that was a while ago, or something else. Mom, you've been banned by Maui. Blame the dog. we got a giggle out of it. She will too. Mom totally understands. I hope work was good. I'm getting lots of thunder here. I don't know if you guys are getting a ton of thunder over there, but it has me worried. Do you want a picture of Maui on my desk? I mean, I'll never say no to a picture of Maui. Alright, I need to go back to device manager. Level 5. 7, 1, 2, enter. Code accepted. Alright. Exit the utility, exit. I wonder... I'm not going to be able to carry anybody through the door, but I wonder if I can bring a box here. And jump on it, but I'm not going to be able to jump on multiple levels of boxes, you know? It's just not going to happen. It does make me want to experiment, though. Like, bounced off the wall there. Follow that robot. Because I don't think I can jump on the box that the robot makes. Yeah, no. So it's kind of pointless. Huh. I'm sure there's more to it. Should I mention something I noticed about the number strings as a programmer? Yeah, that's fine. I think somebody had mentioned that it does, you can, and I don't know if this is for sure, so maybe don't confirm or deny if you know, but you can decode them. It just takes a lot of work, and it's not necessary for the main game, but it is possible to decode them. I don't think it's something I'm particularly capable of doing either. It doesn't sound like something, like you all saw me with notable other puzzle games. I'm not too big into decoding and translating. Alright, let's go to the elevator. They're hexadecimal, so base 16, 0 through 9, and A through F. Okay. That doesn't mean a lot to me, but it's cool that you can tell that immediately. Each two digits would represent 1 byte. I have a master list of every single one of the logs I've found that has strings in it that look like hexadecimal strings. That look like that. Which I'm assuming they're all hexadecimal then. So if we ever want to go in and write them all down in a group, we can. Oh, I don't even have to go back. That's right. I can just select them from here. So it's like, remember, contraries, hang on, I gotta find it. Third thesis. Apocrypha 9. There's a lot of them. Okay. As for what they represent, I have no idea. Tedious. It's gonna be tedious. All right, we need to find out how many more sigils we need. A lot. Every last one of them. If there's a puzzle I can't figure out, it means I'm not getting to level 5 or to puzzle 5. We're on level 5. Tricky stuff. What did you all do? Did you finish the temples first and then do the tower last, or did you jump around like me and keep coming back up here in between levels? Only 5 of 48? I don't think there's 48 levels at the tower. Is that a Tetris thing? Tetris? Easier to translate than tunic. I'll look it up. At some point. Okay. Get my bearings. We're going back to C. Doesn't let you jump up and down while you're in the elevator. Did you all do that when you were kids? Did you have a weird obsession with jumping in the elevator? I don't know who told me. Somebody told me. This light is looking trippy. You know, if we all jump together, we can either get it to stop or it'll feel like a big drop or something. It'll feel really cool, like a roller coaster. You still do that as an adult? No judgment. Whatever gives you amusement. Whatever floats your boat. I just think it's so funny. I know when I first learned about it too, it was in community theater, and the older kids would be like, hey, did you know this is a thing? Ready? We'll all do it together, when you had to like ride the elevator together to go to another floor. Sheraton at the Prue during cons. Scares my wife. Oh no. Physics doesn't work that intuitively. Macchiato, we don't allow Pepe emotes on here, on my channel anymore. Just to let you know. No big deal. But as a reminder. Yeah, if only physics were that simple and you could do something cool by jumping in the elevator. So where do we even start? Let's start with 5. No, were we on 4? Before we went to the tower? I think we were on... Oh gosh, I have no idea. Yes, we did do that. Mama's like, you guys jumped in the elevator? I promise you it was,
passed since the first
hang
words
on.
were spoken in the darkness. Initiate program. Generations of your kind have come and gone since those words. The garden has changed many times. But I remember. I remain. Only within me can you find immortality.
Okay. So many things just happened. Yes, we absolutely jumped in the elevator. That's all. I was just confirming that for Mom, for the lore. And Macchiato, no worries. Now you know. The best is jumping just as it starts to go down, so you get the extra second of hang time. Got the strats. I think maybe this is where we left off because I remember wanting to walk up this hill. And we found the paint bucket up here. We do need this piece. Weather top. I'm glad I haven't used any hints yet because I feel like they're just gonna get harder and harder and harder and harder. And one of these is gonna have...
Fly, you fools!
I was saying, one of these is gonna have a ledge I can jump down. And there'll be a secret. But you don't have to jump down to get the secret. It's just a lion claw? What is that a reference from? This game is goofy. That was very unexpected. What in the world? Okay, what's over here? Fans. Which I can use to weigh down plates if I need to. I could use it for that. That plate right there. Connector. Cube. How do we get that? I don't know. Thank you for the clip, I appreciate it. Claw may be reference to Lion King and the text Lord of the Rings. The claw was, yeah, reminded me of Lion King, but that line is not in it, so it's a combo deal maybe. Groovy. They love inside jokes. Oh, this opens that, but we don't need to do that. We can do this. But we don't need a laser to open this either. Did I climb over here yet? I'm afraid if I climb over there, I can't get back. It looks like maybe it's a two-sided ladder. Yeah. Huh. This one's confusing. I don't like this one. Wait, where did it... I messed it up real bad. Did it go? No, it just went a foot. Okay, that doesn't ever work.
To Earth.
Llama, thank you for the host. Welcome in. I'm gonna head off to bed. Have a good night and stream till next time. Thank you, Jackson. Have a good sleep. It's always good to have you here. We'll be back Friday. I think the Easter eggs are how the devs stayed somewhat sane making the puzzles. Probably. Probably something like that. Tricky, tricky. Ooh, almost sent it over the edge. Oh, and you can't get it past the purple. Interesting. That's gonna be a problem. Been lurking on and off, been quiet. Host gave me away. That's okay, that's okay. We don't need to pull you out of lurk if you want to keep lurking. I'm glad you're here. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, oh, I can stand on this? Ha 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 ha. What was this one called? I don't even know where the sigil is. Right there. How do I get to you? Ooh, and there's a star. What if I jam this? Hmm? Whee! That didn't really help, huh? I think I should have brought the block with me. You're drawing? Nice! What are you drawing? What did I think would happen? I don't know, but this is fun. I need the, okay, hang on. Can I get out of this? Let me click something. Oh no, I think I'm trapped. A new emote trying to fill the spots Twitch gave me in November. Heck yes, new emote. I really don't think I can get out of this. That was great. I enjoyed that. So many things just happened. Where were we? We live here now. No, not anymore. Which of these had the cube in it? Not this. This has a connector. Oh, but I can use this here. To pick up a cube. Which I want to get the jammer outside of this. Oh, I had to send the cube. I feel like I solved something on accident. We used one of these to get this over there. Whee! Amazing. Oh wait, not amazing. Okay, back to this again. We want to bring the jammer over there. But I feel like it needs to go over on a cube. Like this. Like this. That was weird. Oh, but I'm not gonna be able to send myself over. Yes, I am. There's a ladder. Ooh, secrets. I'm trapped. I can't stop being this. Eyes, hands, legs, trapped. Always seeing the same. Can't stop the input. Stop, 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 stop. Is this the same? I did write the signature down. Is this the same one as the one that says get out, get out, get out? Or no way out or something? Percent. Section. Ampersand. $, section, slash, $, ampersand, parentheses, hashtag, parentheses, parentheses. It's the same one. Confirmed. I figured as much. Do not think, simply be. You two deserve each other. From Featherless Biped. Have we seen that one before? I don't think so. Here's the sigil. But how do we get the star? There's a staircase? Huh. Is it because you end up sending both of the blocks away? How would you know? Maybe you need both of the blocks to get on the staircase, and I haven't figured out how to get both of the blocks yet. We're gonna reset. I don't know if this is what I want, but this is what I want to try. You know, we haven't had the opportunity to, watch any speedruns since I still haven't finished this game yet, but I would like to. There's one here. Oops, that opened the opposite of what I thought it was gonna open. Huh. Let me jump up. Maybe you have to go to another section and press the play button and come all the way over here and get it. Can duplicates of ourselves go through the purple? We forgot to try that. And 2, can duplicates of ourselves collect stars and sigils, or does it have to be us? It's probably not as easy as getting another block over there. There's probably more to it. Gotta head out. Thanks so much for stream. Hope everyone has a good week. Thank you, Trav. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see ya. Good question, although I've played this, I can't answer that. I'm wondering if it's as easy as the stairs, but what are the connectors for if not for this? I'm gonna go look at it again. How would you get line of sight on that with anything? Does this open from both sides? Where is that even? I don't even know where that is. Where is this? Oh, right. Why does this have a receiver on this side? Wild. This one is weird. I feel like there's so much more going on than just the ladder to get to the star. But I don't know for sure. Alright. Let's leave. I don't know how to do it. But there is a star. When the game requires 2 brains. Yep. This one is called 3 Little Connectors and a fan. They're trying to prey on the fact that I've given up on jumping over short walls. They've broken me. Mom said it's my turn on the brain cell. But Mom, just 5 more minutes. I never get to use the brain cell. Oh, oh, what is it letting me connect to? Oh. Oh, that up there. Oh yeah. But why? It's either brain cell for an hour or the Game Boy you have to pick. Didn't we already solve the one over there? Do you think we can get down to the ground? Look, there's trees growing. That means maybe there's a surface to walk on. Oh, was this like a quick way to solve this? What's up with those windows up there? This is the speedrun way to solve it. I don't remember where the connector is, though. Think you can survive if you jump down there? I bet if you jump down there, you get instant. In the beginning were the words, and the words were the world. And the words made the world, and the world made the words. I don't know. Too many steps. Too complicated. But it's very interesting that you can see over there. I think that's the only connector, though. So maybe if you get up to that level and it's already connected to red, you can just, boop, send it to the finish line. Thought the bird was the word. Well, why not both? Oh, that was a weird noise. Let me climb the rock. I want to be king of the mountain. Hey. Worth it. While messing about with emotes, I saw Twitch has default options for animating emotes. I thought everyone edited themselves? No, llama. Oh gosh. I'm sorry. I did make a monstrosity after finding out. I like that. Robot rubs wooden fence. I guess it was just my robot body hitting the fence. I don't know. Yeah, there's default options. The only one I have that's not a default is the one Number made for us that's Gen the 3 dance. The one where the little joy human is like wiggling around. The rest are all defaults. Super intense lore. Oh, I like it. That's so good. That's really cute. Fitting, I think. On brand. Semi, welcome back. How did it go? Did you stay dry in any sense of the word? Alright, I'm abandoning that project. Oh, I didn't have to, though. There was a fan I could have used. Where is that little half wall? Wait, where is that little half wall? Huh? Through here? Through this secret place? Okay, interesting. Hi, Admiral, welcome in. I imagine it fits when we have Epiphany in the hunt for lore. You know what got stuck in my head last night? The song from Subnautica Jukebox. Yes. It wasn't that bad. Kind of preferable to have the rain than humid heat. Fair enough. Well, I'm glad it wasn't that bad then. And welcome in. Wait, I got turned around. Can you jump over this wall? Experiment time. What a strangely designed level. I can get a better view from here. What? You can't jump on this ledge? Why is this ledge here? Why bother making ledges? Oh, and a tree just glitched into it. Should be able to jump up there. This is silly. Look at the height I'm getting over the fence. Your puzzles are irrational. Oh wait, I need this block. Oh, that was weird. I gotta do these in the right order. I think I was making this too complicated. This is a nightmare. This one is so many parts. We're gonna, we're gonna have to look over every cliff ledge now. For more secrets, for more secret lions. Oops, wait, hang on. There, that's better. I really messed it up. Too complicated. We have been struggling with these window ones like nobody's business. Did we end up leaving that other one behind, or did we get it? No, we did get it. But it took me a while. Okay, now we have an extra. You. Now I can go exploring, except I'm not going to be able to reach the thing that I need to get a light source from. So even though that felt cool, it's not helpful. Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle. And if I take this away, that door closes. Which I might have just locked myself in. No! It's definitely a laser party, but I feel like it's a tree party. I feel like I have not made any progress. Okay, we could do this. It has something to do with the windows. None of which I can reach from here. The view is very nice. Where does this... This is here. Is this a classic... Set this up so that it's already on top of the thing when it takes off? No, it looks like we don't have line of sight. Whee! It can't be that simple though, right? It never is that simple. We need this one to go here, here. Oh, this is the worst. Oh, this is the worst. Where'd that block go? Come here. Okay, you are the chosen one. You go here. This does not have line of sight. Crap. Here. And... oh. This one doesn't have a thing either. And here. Hang out right there for a second. Now... don't hang out right there. Hang out here? We need... oh, but this one has to stay in place. For me to get through, but not the laser. Can you see the gears turning? I'm like, oh, what? But what if... but how about... but what if... I just hate having these cut off from the rest of the supply. As soon as I move that one, we lose access to this. So let's put it here. Because I'm about to change what this one is doing. Wait, did I mess it up? No. I forget what the plan was. I think that. Nope, that's wrong. I think just this. Okay, things are happening. Things are happening that I don't understand. I can see it, but that doesn't mean I have clearance. Okay, what about this? Do I have access to any other panels from that angle? No. But this should be open. That didn't do anything. That didn't solve a thing. Why did I think we had line of sight from here? Doesn't it look like this should have line of sight? Oh, it does. It did for a second. That doesn't help either. I just made it more complicated. We need that jammer. Why are there windows if I can't get into this little section over there? I don't understand. What's the point? How does this help me? Maybe if we use... Do we have something else we can use to weigh down that switch? I don't think we do, because the block is up here, and the only other things we have are connectors. What was this one called again? It was called... I don't know, we can go look. Maybe it'll jog my memory of something that I'm forgetting to try. It's called... oh yeah, 3 little connectors and a fan. There's lasers going everywhere. Maybe you put the fan here. See how that helps anybody. 1 connector here. 2 connectors here. Three connectors here. Then you go back and grab the second connector here. Or do you go... I don't know, I'm confusing myself. Let me do it again. 1 connector here. 2 here. Once this is open, 3 here. So you can move 2? No, because 2 is doing this door, not this door. And you can't move 1 because it's attached to the laser source. So what if we do 1... I don't know. Why isn't this one also powering on the fan? Is there a reason for that? Because it didn't have line of sight with the laser until it was up high, I think. But maybe once we get it... Oh, wait, no. Up there, it will. So now we can have this connector back. But I need something to leave the door open, and that's what I know I don't have. Because there's a block there and a fan there. So even though this is cool, it's still not very helpful. Now we can go from another level and make a duplicate and run over here. Where's the nearest play button puzzle? Oh, there might not be one in this area. Nope. Is there a rock I can pick up? But I wouldn't be able to carry it. I wouldn't be able to carry it through the purple. Tragedy. How do I get to you? It's over there. I'm sure you don't have line of sight with this? Yeah, there's no way. What do you all think? Should we skip it and come back to it later? We need this one for level 5. I mean, we need all of them if we're gonna finish the tower, so we're at the point where if I don't do it now, I am gonna have to do it eventually. Or do we go back to my strategy of using the connector to send the laser over here for no reason? And a fan. Is there another fan lying around? No. A jammer would be nice. What if we... See, if we take away the block momentarily, that doesn't help, right? Because that's the only door that the block can open. But if we take it away momentarily to open this door and take this other jammer out, could we set up this one again but have it open? Ooh, I stood in the way. This here from the other side of this wall. What if it has a line of sight from the other side here and the laser goes through this little window? I could see that happening. But we'd need to reset everything and then bring it back. Which wouldn't be the worst ever? Except in order to get this in the situation it's in, you have to start out with one of these setting it off. So if I replace the block here and this all comes down and I move this to the other... Well, okay. If this all comes down, I use this only temporarily to move you to the other side. I just don't see how that helps, because once this is over here, this is already open. I still don't have another connector to get to here. It would have to have line of sight with this and this and this all at the same time for it to be worth it. And it would have to be sitting on a block, which I don't have. An extra. I have one. Could we reset it so that I can get it to sit right here? So what if we bring a second connector over here? No, I don't think that'll help. If I bring the second connector here, set it up, leave it, come back. If I take this one away, we can set everything up again, but then this door won't open, so when I come back here, I won't be able to run out and enjoy the fruits of my labor. Unless it opens both this and this at the same time, but we don't have this. Is there a window here? No. This door, I wish there was an alternate way to open this. There's a jammer up ahead and a block up ahead, but they're useless to me at this point. What about from here? Is this helpful? Not unless it opens that other door. No. I don't know. I don't understand this one. I think we will have to come back to it. Like, I see that this is useless doing nothing, but I have nothing else available to open this door. It's right there. Let me grab it. And this too, I don't understand. Why, I can't jump on there. It seems like you would be able to, but no. How do I... Oh, I do have to disconnect this for it to work. Because I can't even reset up the thing. Like, as soon as I do this, that goes in the air. Ooh. Okay, there we go. That sets it up again. You hear everything powering on at once. It's pretty cool. Oh, terrible. What other ones are in this area? Is that the last one? Yeah. This was 3 or 4? 3. Oh, I don't like that immediately puzzles start going off when we came through the door. Don't worry, if you're anything like me, you just need to take your time and the solutions will present themselves. Have we tried this one before? Throne room. Okay. We have to end on a win. We can't end on a, I don't know how to do this yet. Because we will get it. There have been so many that I was like, I have no idea. And we came back and got them later. Thanks, Magus. Please. There's my throne wish list. You don't have to do that. It's very kind of you to share the link. There's stuff for Duncan in there. I feel like that's the important thing to point out, is it is a wish list for both me and my cat. I didn't open anything that I could get to yet. So let's do this and see what happens. Weird. Or is it throne? Like a toilet throne room, like the bathroom. I would assume they're referring to royalty here, but maybe it's supposed to look like a bathroom. I don't know. Dunkin' gifts are easy to pitch. There's like cat treats for him. Yeah, that's way easier to pitch. He's a sweetie. He deserves all the treats. I don't know where he went off to. He's sleeping again. Wait, where is this coming from?
Humans.
What'd I miss? Did you come in with a raid? Double raid? We left the other room to come try out this one because I was too stuck. I found you through Metroid playthroughs. Oh, nice. A while back, been mostly lurker, but decided to raid in. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad you found us through Metroid. It's been a while since I've played a Metroidvania, but I still love them. That's so great. That's great to hear. Thanks for lurking, too. We were talking about it earlier. Like, sometimes you just want to vibe and quietly hang with a stream on, maybe not chat, and that's totally fine. There's no pressure. Let dog out and grab a snack. Oh, okay, Jim. I hope it was a good snack. Yeah, we did put a pin in the other puzzle. I will have to come back to it. You can't connect to this thing. We gotta... Oh, I can connect to this thing. I gotta disrupt the stream. The flow to the other fan. Like, what if we do this? Does that disrupt it? No. Gotta go do friend things real quick. Enjoy your stream. Thank you again for the raid. Absolutely. If you gotta go decompress, grab food, water, stretch, do the friend stuff, I totally get it. Thanks for coming by. That's really cool. Currently watching 3 streamers play 3 different games you included. It's a trip. Yeah, I know some people like to have multiple streams open too. It is whatever you enjoy the most. I don't think I can get to that one. That seems to be... Like, these two I can open. But I don't think I can get to that open door. Also, we'll probably be wrapping up soonish because I need to stretch again and do the life stuff. Go about my evening. But I want to try to get at least one more sigil before we end. I keep coming over to this corner like it's gonna be something, and it's not. All the sunray flares in the puzzle, in particular, your webcam gets distorted. Oh, really? How bad? I didn't realize. Wait, where's a good example? There we go. That does something for us. Finally, I couldn't figure out what to do. Oh, it's okay, Umbella. Sorry. Whatever help, I appreciate it. I think we'll figure it out another time. It's not when you stand still, it's when my... Oh, it's when I run. Okay. How can we mess up this fan situation? Or was I just supposed to do stuff from in there? Maybe I was just supposed to use that window and I got too excited because I really want to turn off this fan. Although, I don't know, I'm not going to be able to do anything in that room. I'll drop and send you a clip. Okay. Thanks, Llama. Yeah, I can't really do much other than grab the box and get out. At least not for now with just the two connectors. Okay. What if I do this? I assume behind the camera Jen had a whole team of people, control room that live TV has for swapping between cameras. I wish I should get a smoother setup. Oh right, we have this. For second camera. Like whenever I add a camera view, it's so scuffed. Well, this is neat. I can see my house from here. You just hop across these? That must be it. When I go live, Duncan stands behind the cam with his little toe beans counting. We're on in 5, 4. Action. Only it would just sound like meow, meow, meow. Thanks, Jim. Cat ear time. I don't think we have line of sight with anything up here because of this metal fence. An army of Duncans responsible. The Duncan cam is really just a decoy. Duncan cam kitty, yeah. What about Baba? Baba's you? Seeing the Witness is on sale for $10. I'm guessing from what you said you would recommend. If you like puzzle games, if you like things that you can take at your own pace, kind of like this. Very open, walk everywhere. It's really pretty. It's my favorite walking simulator, but it's also an incredibly brilliant puzzle game. I would recommend, if I haven't played Braid yet, but if you can get the bundle with Braid and The Witness, I think you can get it for even less than $10. It goes on sale quite frequently. I haven't played it yet. I know people in chat have played Braid and really liked it though. Why did I come up here? Nope, it still doesn't work. Had a good time with it. I love Braid. Oh, nice. Okay, you've already played it. It's time I must reverse to bed and slumber. See you, Jen, in chat. Have a good sleep, Macchiato. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Oh, I can stand on this thing. Do I want to? I feel like I need to open this red door. But I'm having trouble seeing how to do that. What about this? Does this make it turn off the fan? No, still no. We can do this, I think. Okay, I did some previous work that helped me set this up. Nice. But if I take this connector away, I will get locked in. Oh well. Now I can disrupt this stupid fan. Only momentarily. Oh, it does take quite a long time to recharge. What if I stick this here? Okay, stop fooling around. We gotta go this way. What did that do? It's connected to some wire that looks like it should be connected to this. Is it because you have to get both sides? Hmm. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, here. Wait. I did break this up, so let's do it again. Ha 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 ha! Best part of the puzzle. Taking that silly fan thing away so we can get back in here. I'm way too excited about that. Okay. I'm trapped down here now. Whoops. This is a clever one. Look, because you can do this now, I think. No, I can take the hexahedron. But, oh, and I can take the connector. Okay. Oh, and I can get over the fence. How do I make grape laser beam? How do we do it? Do we want this to stay up here? This is tricky. Okay, take connector. Bring with me. Blue side is easy peasy. Red side is much harder. But not really, because don't you just go outside for it? The fan burglar. Burglar. I don't know how to say it. Having a moment. It's the end of the stream almost. Aww. We crossed streams. Maybe we need the cube? Where did I put my cube? It's still up there. one final barrier. I actually don't know if this is the last barrier. I have no idea what's going on. Can I get to that from here? Maybe. Yeah, easy. Why is that aimed up there? I don't know. Oops, wrong way. No, right way. Go in here. Go in here. Go in here. It's not over. No! I deem that we have already achieved appropriate amounts of difficulty. No need to add another step. No. Can't we just do this? No, come on. Okay, it wasn't that bad. I don't know how we get the star, though. So close yet so far. Time for me to call it a day and head home. Thanks for streaming. Good luck. Thank you, Shilohs. Have a good one. We'll see you around. We did it. Good timing with the win. Oh, the computer's talking to us. Oh, I want to go talk to it again. Beep boop, beep boop. There you are. You kept me waiting. Barely. I finally put my finger on what was bothering me. It's as if the answers you're providing aren't your ideas at all. As if they're latent, prescripted, and you're just going through the motions. Does that strike a chord at all? Interesting. No, but also yes. Because while I can't claim they know, I can't claim that all of my ideas are my own because they're coming from, like, social norms, right? It's not something I made up, it's something I learned. That you should bring a baby with you on Noah's Ark. Sorry, the Ark. Noah has not been mentioned in this game. Thank you for cat ears as well. Time to be a human again. Or maybe an android. Not sure which. I don't feel like I'm going through the motions by my standards, but probably by a robot standards, they're like, you're just repeating something you heard. We're always given such limited responses. The Ark one killed me because it was like, how many people are going on the Ark? What percentage of people are we allowed to bring, or beings or objects, for spiritual and sentimental value, even though it serves no contributing purpose? Explaining to a robot why bringing a baby on the Ark is okay was complicated. It didn't like us. It didn't like any of our answers. What did we end up saying? What was the last question? Oh, because then it started getting mad, like, well, if it's humans only that you are allowing, I never have a chance, do I? And I said maybe someday, and it didn't like that, and then we ended it. I don't feel like they're latent. I don't feel like they're prescribed or prescripted. I feel like we're all building them slowly over time, changing them, adjusting them with society. And
humans.
Creating our own answers.
Are they friendly, Kara?
Hi, Steedling. What if society is scripted? Is kind of is, but it's always, the script is always changing. So how do you define that with what the game has given us? Heavenly Bodies, isn't that getting over it on a space station? Wait, is that the one we played? What is the one we played called, Semi? Compared to Quap, that is what we played? That was so fun. It's goofy. It made us laugh so much. Very cool. Oh, awesome. We'll have to jump back into that sometime. I kind of forgot we played that. It wasn't on stream. But we could do that on stream sometime. Oh my gosh, that would be chaos. What do we think? I don't think this strikes a chord. No, it doesn't strike a chord. Of course, you've only seen a fraction of the data that I've archived over the generations. Still, ask yourself this. Why is it that everyone's so darn sure that 2 + 2 makes 4, yet they can't agree on what they are, what they're doing, or why? Those problems are more complex than mathematics. Mathematics has a more objective truth to it. Perhaps mathematics isn't real while these problems are imaginary. Oh, is real while these problems are imaginary. But what is real? What is imaginary? I think if we answer those problems are more complex than mathematics, they're going to say, what about this math problem? Can you answer this? And I will say, no. Math can be extremely complex. Mathematics has a more objective truth to it. As a math teacher, I have thoughts. Yes, pachinko. Sorry, I said simplex and then pachinko. Which do you prefer? I think I was calling you pachinko before on a different stream. Calculators will rule us all. Like, how do we feel about objective truth? I don't know enough maths other than basic, nothing really past, like, pre-calc to have anything to say about this. I kind of like this last one. I think this is really interesting because societal problems we have made up and created on our own. They're imaginary, they're theoretical, they're philosophical, like it's in our heads versus physics and concrete stuff. Gödel's incompleteness theorem comes to mind. Mathematics is only as objective as the axioms we assume. I go by just about anything. Oh, wait. You're the same person? You have 2 usernames? Trying to trick us. Well, welcome in. Welcome back. Time to think like a robot. I know, these are so fun but also so hard. And I know there's no wrong answers. I know, like, it just wants me to pick the most gen answers, but it's still tough sometimes. You can prove that not all of mathematics is provable. Sick. How do our mathematicians feel about this one? Watching long before streaming. Oh, so you have a stream account and a viewer account? That makes sense. Feels. Which one do I like the most? I would say if you sub out complex for a word like nuanced or emotional, I like the first one. But that's not what's there. But maybe that's what they mean. Maybe that's what's implied by the word complex. Although I don't think so. I think the computer's still gonna spit that back at me and be like, no, math is complex. Can you solve this equation? I just noticed something on my monitor. Is that my monitor or the game? I think it's the game. Okay, we're good. Do you see this kind of distortion on the right-hand side of the computer monitor, though? And I was like, wait, is that me? It will always spit everything back at you. True. Looks like a spill. Yeah. very realistic. I like this one. Impulse. Precisely. Pose questions like, what should I do with myself, and what is the world really like, enough, and you start to assume they have answers. But what if that assumption turns out to be false? What if you're just a bunch of information processes? In that case, any attempt to answer the questions will be flawed. Garbage in, garbage out. Perhaps the flaw is in your reasoning instead. You're right, I made some dangerous presumptions. What are you asking me? There's no question here that I'm supposed to answer. You agreed with me on something. I'll take a chance to tell the computer it's flawed. You are treating me like I have rational answers to things. You're gonna hate this. How presumptuous. Still, I take your point. None of the answers make sense, that much is clear. One explanation could be unreliable data input. The other is that there's a flaw in our logic. Perhaps we're just machines, endlessly trying to calculate the final digit in pi. You can't use reasoning to conclude that reasoning itself is flawed. It does seem there is much that is beyond our understanding. Well, I know that. I kind of like both of these. And this feels like a throwaway statement, a little like, well, there's lots we don't know. Yeah, duh, of course. This one's a little more interesting. We can talk about the process of arriving at that conclusion. You can't use reasoning to conclude that reasoning itself is flawed. Is that true? Yeah, because if you use reasoning to conclude reasoning is flawed, then the reasoning you used doesn't hold steady. So the conclusion you came to doesn't hold steady. Jen still likes the second answer better, even if it's boring. Very much, I know that I don't know anything. The only thing I know is that there's so much that I don't know. Oh, we added more. Everything leads around the impossible circles. You've spent half our time reeling off greatest hits of idiot ideas! Now you're telling me you retract all that and agree with me? Hold your horses. I haven't given up on everything. Talking it through has shown me the big questions have no answers. Well, we knew that from the beginning. You were pushing me to come up with answers. Very Socrates, reasoning paradox. You win if I pick this one. I haven't given up. You've seen how easily your view of the world is manipulated, yet you trust that those thoughts that run through your mind. You'll feel differently once you come back from that tower. You must be getting close by now. Terminating support session done. I roll. Gödel found that when you tried to use mathematics to prove itself, there were two logically consistent yet mutually exclusive sets of mathematics. Fascinating. Alright, that was a good conclusion. I'm glad we started with computer sass and we ended with computer sass. Let's go back to the main area. Elohim might talk to us. Dad, are you there? God? No chats at the moment. So we will end there. Stream went full circle.